afternoon, good morning, and good evening, and that's AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. No one saw that. The blank screen. I pressed the wrong button. Not gameplay today. Gameplay time. No. Hey, Mecha Boy. How's it going?
Hello there.
General Kenobi. Now, what music do we want today? I had not put in the music yet. I mean, I like having synthwave, but apparently for my filters only has one. Wait, if I turn off just instrumental. There's a lot more now. Ooh. Well, games. Music. There's a playlist on Pretzel that just says chill. I wonder if it'll be too chill. Trailmaker and Scrap Mechanic. Ooh. Alternative rock? Definitely seems like some... Just looking through the playlist and Pretzel right now, it's like, yeah, there's definitely some bits of music where it just doesn't have the artist link. That's really weird. That's strange. Yeah, music. Scrap Mechanic got an update after 2.5. Wow, that's a massive gap. It's always interesting when like games go quiet for a long time and suddenly like, hey, boom, update. Like, hey, remember us? There's a Happy Holidays playlist. Should I play the Happy Holidays playlist? Oh. That's cool. Just the rock one we've been using. So you made an announcement and it vanished. Weird. Music Doko? There we go. There we go. Make sure the volume is balanced correctly. Turn down just a tiny bit. There we go. All right then. It's kind of weird that if your developer comes along and goes, hey, here's an update, and then vanishes again. Very strange. Oh well. Right. Today is leg day. The leg flyer. Let me pull that along a bit so I can see that page fully. There we go. Rotation part that pulls the camera. What do I need first? Not that runner, that's finished. Okay. Oh, red runner for the feet. I'll need this one. Feet times 2. Ah, that's pretty sweet. All the red bits I need. Yep. For now. Oh, I forgot to get the nub jar. Where is it? There it is. I need to empty this soon, because or a bigger jar. That's very, very full. That's basically just been this year. Yeah, every cat I've done this year has been this jar. And there's the D pieces, needs B pieces, and the A pieces as well. Yeah. Little tiny jar for like keeping the little nubs you cut off. I mean, I could just chuck it in the bin, but I don't know, it seems to be a weird thing that model kit builders have is keeping the nub jar. Keeping all your little nubs and stuff for, because it's kind of colorful to look at, isn't it? It's kind of satisfying. A runner. Ow, come here. A runner. Two of the runners are interlocked each other. There we go. Zinubja, yes. Alright, what do I need for the foot? Number 3. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so that new Gundam series got announced. Looks interesting. The Mobile Suit Gundam GQNN6U's X. It's a very interesting name. I think a lot of people have, I think general consensus is calling it G-Quacks. Number 11 and 10, 11. Where are they? Oh, there it is. So, the trailer alone, like, I love the vibe of this new series. It's got a really cool vibe. The Gundam looks very, very different. Yeah, I feel like people are a bit reserved with it. I feel like there's definitely a mixture of emotions for it. You've got some people who are just like, oh, what the hell is this? Those of us are like, that is new and different, and so you have my attention. I'm definitely in the it looks, you know, it's very different looking, and so it has my attention. And those leaks I mentioned on Discord, which I won't repeat on stream because some people are getting copyright strike for those leaks. So, So it's like one of those things where like wait and see. But the premise seems interesting. The animation and like artistic style is very different and attention grabbing. So we shall see. I mean, it comes out in Japan. So like the first couple of episodes, the first arc, I guess is going to be, it's going to be a film in Japan on January 17th. And then the actual television, the full series will broadcast at a later date. So basically, those first few episodes, Japan will get to see it in like just over a month, like 6 weeks time, something like that. The rest of the world will need to wait. So if there's any major reveals in those first couple episodes, it's gonna be all over the friggin' internet before we're even physically able to watch it. Yeah, just like with Gundam Seed Freedom, when so much of that got shoved in there. So yay. But we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, it is definitely something to watch just because it is different. I think that's the thing is Gundam fans are definitely in two different camps for it. There's those of us who are like, this is different. You have my attention because it stands out. And then of course the ones who are just like, what the hell is this? Because it's that different. But definitely, I feel like this show will do. It's basically going to be like how with Witcher Mercury, how it is very much Bandai and Sunrise realizing, yeah, the Gundam franchise is maybe being a bit of decline, and you need to inject new fans into it. I think remember I was like, was it Tomino I mentioned in an interview or something? They like spoke to young, anime fans, and then apparently in Japan a lot of anime fans were like, Gundam, that's for old people. So obviously with Witcher Mercury now the G-Wax thing, it's definitely aimed at the younger audience to try and get them engaged with the franchise. Because I think Witcher Mercury had a huge influx, which was really nice to see. Polycap number 7. I'm definitely on the fence about the Gundam's design, though. That's very out there. It is very, very different. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but I appreciate it for being different. There. And that goes there. Ooh. Also, what's kind of funny, so obviously the feature-length Japanese theaters release in January for the first few episodes together. We'll obviously have the first Gunpla drop the same day, as they do, but because the actual television transmission won't probably be for like a while later, that first Gunpla will probably be available to buy here in the UK by the time the actual show is broadcast. Which means I might get to build it while the first episode's out. And I might pick it up anyway, just for something different. But of course, we don't even know when the series is going to air. All we know is January 17th in Japanese theaters will have the first few episodes combined into a film. And then beyond that, we don't know. Like, will it be... I think people are assuming that the show will be like maybe on with the start of the summer anime series season. It's like summer and spring anime tends to be like April. That's when like the second half of G-Witch broadcasts, so perhaps April will be when it airs on television. After having its initial run in cinemas. For those first few episodes. I feel like, especially if you're going to have the first couple episodes in the cinema, right, edited together, I feel like they're going to have it end on a point where it's like, it leaves people wanting more. Like, have a big, massive reveal. So, we'll see. End of the day, I am intrigued. Yeah, maybe. Because if it's meant to just be like the first couple episodes before the rest of the series broadcasts, then maybe they might end in a cliffhanger. That's one way to guarantee people watch the rest of it, right? Yeah, big massive tease. I'm guessing everything we saw in the trailer will be in the actual theater release. So that's probably like the first few episodes. As you can see, Pretzel is still glitched out and it won't show the name of that artist of the song, which is really weird. Okay, that's the ankles. Next up, the heels. Ow. So that bit that no pinged me right in the eye. Or at least caught by my eyelash. Gundam starts with a high mobility type. It definitely seems like it's a very highly mobile suit. Yeah. Also appears to have a really unique beam saber design as well. Of course, it has a heat hawk as well from Zaku. By the looks of it. Or like the trailer just saying, hey, mobile suit's head is destroyed. It's disqualified. It's like, it's straight up G Gundam. Which is funny because this year was the 30th anniversary of G Gundam. I know you have something that says about duels and, oh, if your head's destroyed, just disqualified. Welcome back, G Gundam. Oh, I like this also on Twitter, or is it Blue Sky, one of the two, where like it's Mobile Fighter G Gundam. That's the Olympics for Gundam fights. G Witch, which from Mercury, is the organized school events / corporate games, and then this G Cux is, or G Quix, whatever. That is a full-on underground street fight. It's interesting to think there's a colony out there where they have illegal mobile suit fights. Where, yeah, you could die, but, you know, your head's destroyed, that's all you have to do. Because in Witch from Mercury, all the beam weapons were set to really low power. So they could take off limbs, but they couldn't penetrate the cockpit. Because this is higher armor. And you could win by just taking off the antenna. Whereas this one is like, hey, you destroy the head, but you might just, take a stray shot to the cockpit and die anyway. And most exciting colony, yeah. Funny considering the main character is like, oh, life is boring. It's like, yeah, well, your life's not been boring for long. You take part in clan battles. Also, I like one thing in the trailer where like it mentions about the colony. Oh, it's 6 point so many kilometers in diameter, and makes a full rotation every 113 seconds, something like that. It's good. We finally now know how long it takes a colony to do a full rotation. Because we only ever see them for brief moments. See them rotating. Imagine something that is over 6 kilometers wide, spinning at a speed that completes a full rotation every, like, less than 2 minutes. Hey, Finn. How's it going? That's how you create 1G on the surface. Doing good. Totally didn't just, have a nub flying to my eye. It just barely missed my eye. Eyelash did its job. Oh, did you figure it out? Yeah, because it's like 6.4 kilometers wide, whatever it was. So it's rotating at 0.546 revolutions per minute. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. Well, okay, someone did the calculations. Nice. It makes sense. Obviously, the centrifugal force, the larger the object, the slower it really needs to rotate. Whereas, the smaller the object, so like a small, like if the International Space Station wanted artificial gravity, it would have to spin really fast, because that thing, while it is like a football pitch size with the, solar panels and stuff, the internal part's kind of small when you think about it. But something that is, the space colonies in the Gundam franchise are freaking massive. How long till humanity actually has space colonies in orbit, do you think? Maybe not something of that size, but I don't know. Orbital colonies, I think, are very much a possibility. And much like in Gundam, you'd have to have them at the Lagrange points. Of course, Lagrange points being points in space in a twin orbital body, so basically, the Earth and Moon. There's 5 Lagrange points where there's basically stable gravity. I think there's even what was it? I remember Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this. Like there's a Lagrange 5, Lagrange 4, whatever. There's one of the Lagrange points institution. Like there's some sort of group that are like, actively, I don't know, encourage building a colony at one of the Lagrange points. No, the colonies don't have artificial. Well, they have artificial gravity. So no, yeah, they have artificial gravity by their rotations, but in order to maintain their orbit around Earth, because obviously you have the Earth and the Moon, both of their gravity will be pulling on it. There is so let's say the chest flyer is Earth, for example, and then the course blender is the Moon, right? There is 5 points in space around this where gravity between the two is equal, so that an object can maintain its orbit without having to use any energy, or almost none. So Lagrange point 1, for example, is about 2/3 of the distance between the Earth and the Moon, thereabouts. And so basically, that's Lagrange point 1. Also, where side 5, Loom, is located in Gundam, so Texas colony. So your point 1 is about 2/3 the distance. So the gravity of Earth and the Moon pulling on it is equal, so it can maintain its position and basically move around in orbit. Basically, as the Moon goes around, it goes with it and stays the same place the whole time without having to use any thrusters or anything to maintain it. That being said, if it were to drift either direction too far, it would then get caught in the orbit, the gravity of either object. There's also Lagrange point 2, which is the opposite. It would be the same distance from the Moon, but on the opposite side. That is where Xeon is located, side 3, Lagrange point 2. So basically, as the Moon goes around, it takes it with it. But because it's still close enough to Earth, Earth keeps it from flying off, basically. Then you have Lagrange points 3 and 4, which are essentially 45 degrees in front of and behind the Moon on the same orbital plane. And so basically, as the Moon goes around, again, they stay the same distance away from it without the need for any fuel. And then, of course, you finally have Lagrange point... Wait. Oh, no, wait, that's Lagrange points 4 and 5, sorry. Lagrange point 3 is on the far side of the Earth, at basically the exact same distance the Moon is, and basically that's where Side 7 in Gundam is, where Amuro grew up. And basically, because it's essentially the opposite side of Earth, it shares the orbital plane of the Moon. And thus again, it's a whole system, a two-body system. It's only correction thrusters, very minor adjustments required. Stationary point outside of this, I wonder would be moving at. Okay, sounds much like it. Yeah, 0.575 meters per second. That sounds about right for like a rotational speed for giant colony. And then, of course, the Lagrange points I was explaining, that is basically how it maintains its space in the Earth sphere. I should go back and clip this because that was a fun explanation of all the Lagrange points. Also, another fun fact about Lagrange points. So, obviously, the ones I'm talking about are between Earth and the Moon. There's also ones, as long as there's two orbital bodies, a Lagrange point exists. So, there's actually a Lagrange point between Earth and the Sun. And it's Lagrange point 2 between Earth and the Sun, which of course would be, say, the core fire is, say that's Earth and this is the Sun. The James Webb Telescope sits outside of Earth, and basically it can sit there with minimal need for correction in its orbit, and that's why it's a very stable telescope. And of course, Earth's behind it, so it's not blocking the view. Between Earth and Mars? Potentially, but that's more complicated because because at that point, technically, it'd be the Earth, Mars, and the Sun's gravity all influencing together. Yeah, I think it's like it's like one larger object and one smaller object. So Earth and the Moon, Earth and the Sun. So basically Earth acts like the Moon in that scenario. So like the Lagrange point 2, where the James Webb Space Telescope is, that essentially is Lagrange point 2 of Earth. Because obviously Earth's gravity is way stronger than the Moon. So it becomes irrelevant in that calculation. So basically it follows Earth around the solar system while being far enough away, close enough that Earth will keep drag it with it, but far enough away that it's clear. I guess Mars and Phobos Deimos probably wouldn't have Lagrange points because they're very tiny. They have very little gravity. So much so, did you know that, I can't remember if it's Phobos or Deimos, one of them's getting closer to Mars, and eventually it's going to pass the Roche limit, and so will break up and become a ring. So Mars, in maybe 1,000 years, will have rings because its moons will get too close and get ripped apart. I may be off of those numbers, but it's like within the lifespan of the solar system. By contrast, Earth's moon is moving away, getting further away. Hey, Dr. Enemy, how's it going? Yes, I've seen the new G Quacks. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It is very interesting looking. It's the best way to describe it. It is interesting. I'm definitely going to check it out. So it's weird and wonderful at the same time. The writers are... Yeah, the writers... the name just suddenly escaped my brain. But yeah, the writer... One of the writers, of course, worked on the rebuild of Evangelion films. Or Shin Evangelion, Shin Godzilla, Shin Kamen Rider. So essentially it's a Shin Gundam is what's happening here. So yeah, a lot of heavy hitters in the industry are involved. Oh, the OG Evangelion as well. Yeah, forgot about that. That also explains, because also the mecha designer is the guy who designed the Evas as well, which is probably why this new Gundam looks like an Eva. So it's, hey, everyone did that Gundam X Evangelion crossover. We're kind of getting it, I guess. So it'll be exciting to see what happens with this. I'm very curious. Like Gundam meets Eva meets Rav Xenon. Rav Zepio? I've not watched that. I need to watch that. Also, I've never actually finished Evangelion. I need to do that too. I only ever watched the the first 3 of the rebuild movies. Ah, that's why I've not seen it. If it's that old. Like 90s. There's a lot of things I need to catch up on. Because I remember when the rebuild of Evangelion films came out, I watched the first 2 or 3 of them. Or wait, did I only watch the first 2? No, I only watched the first 2, I think. Maybe. Because then the third one was it got delayed by a lot. And so I stopped paying attention. And then they're all out now. And I'm like, right. I forgot about that. I think they're on Amazon. I could probably just watch them there. You know what, Finn? There is the anime and manga section as a Discord, which I probably should have put the queue stuff in there. Top of that. But drop the recommendations in there as well. That way I can have something to look back on and remind myself. Sometimes I forget. Also just kind of just popped into my any manga, anime, honestly, anime and manga section of the Discord is for anything. I'm pretty sure I linked the Spy Family thing in there ages ago. Which I need to go back and finish watching that. But just recommendations in general. Even if it's not for me specifically, I just want people to recommend to anyone in the community. It was like, starting today, I have a full week off work. So I have time to try and catch up with stuff. Hey, Roban, how's it going? Okay, that's one cleaned up heal, I think. I mean, there's a very faint, like, nub mark that's like super faint. This way around. Of course it was that way around because the ankle joint's there. You know, I appreciate for this kit, the nubs are on either side of it and on the inner side, and they didn't put it like here on the outer part with a lip. It's going good, just trying to finish getting all my stuff ready before I go. Oh, ice fishing, interesting. That must be difficult. That way you have to like cut a hole in the ice and then fish through the hole. Been going, wow, 5 years since you did it previously. Well, I hope you have lots of fun with it, because that sounds like a really cool experience. Also sounds to be like freaking freezing. I need to like finalize plans for the weekend because that will be the 4th anniversary of my affiliate. I'm always so terrible when it comes to celebrating myself. Make a fresh bit of 1,000 grip because I think the other one's starting to get a bit worn down. Indeed. The high-grade Cosmic Era Force Impulse. We've already got the chest flyer, now we're working on the leg flyer. So pretty much taking my time with it because I am very obsessive over the nub marks. It's a little too much. I think I might have found this one better than another one. Look pretty decent. Fine. Let's get these bits as well. Move this part out of the way. Put things back where they were after my little Lagrange point tangent. You can see the difference between like one I've been using for a while and one's more fresh. That one's that's the best. As is this piece, I think. They all passed their best. Plan to replace them all. Might be. What I love about these display sponges, because you can just cut off a small piece to use. I don't need to use the whole sponge. Though for large areas I will. And they're very convenient. Lurking, no worries, Mechabyte. Feel you're working on some fiddly. So chip and never end. I am the sanity. I am your. If I'm your sanity, you have an issue. Me? Sanity? No, 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 no. I'm insanity, clearly. Either way to take it. Fair. The descent into madness. That is Gundam fandom. One foot. Ha ha ha. Indeed it is. Like, I'll just buy this one little model kit. Where'd that pile come from? Speaking of piles and adding to it. Today, some Gundam mad stuff arrived. Luna Maria Hawks. Gunner Zaku Warrior, high grade. Reza Burrell's Blaze Zaku Phantom, high grade, and the Satyr Gundam, high grade as well. So basically, we have the Maneva crew. All very zafty, yeah. We have impulse buying in advance of Zeta. I'll be high sec at like 3 a.m. last night when I woke up because the last. You know what? Fair. Wait, was a hobby high sec? Was a high sec in counterattack? What was the Gyaradoga? See, what I also need to get is the model kit of the Maneva and the Archangel, especially. Oh, I remember that. I guess he had that briefly, and then obviously swapped out to his other unit later. I suppose it would make sense he'd have a hobby high set because at that point, you know, it would be weird him showing up with a fully armed mobile suit. Where I show up in a hobby high sec, that's a civilian one, that's fine. Not suspicious at all. I mean, you can't take it inside the colony because, well, that's illegal. At least fighting inside the colony is illegal. Mobile suits are fine, as long as you're not firing weapons. Because a space colony can get very easily damaged by a battle. There's something I always like about Zeta Gundam. Like, the AU mobile suits all had that little goo gun thing in the finger, which you could use to kind of, like, patch up holes in the colony. Because obviously they were fighting for a colony, so it's like, makes sense that they would have something to help it. Meanwhile, the Titans were just like, I think it became a thing from Zeta onwards. And it's like, you know, very infrequently seen, but it was always there. I think this G-Reiko is kind of like post-UC, it would make sense. Yeah, the Titans were like, it's just a bunch of space, no, it's fine. Which is why Emma left. Like, did I accidentally join the bad guys? She joined a peacekeeping force that turned out to be Nazis, basically. And then Rakawa. She straight up left the AU because of Shirako. Like Emma left the Titans to join the smart people. Like after she saw the writing on the wall. Meanwhile, Rakawa leaves the AU because she has the hots for Shirako. We can blame that one on Quattro. If Quattro had been a more satisfying partner, maybe she wouldn't have left. Yeah, maybe that was a deal breaker for her. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, she didn't want to become Rakawa Vagina. Tomino ended up with a game with his name conventions? Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be Gundam without a character that has the most bizarre name. Though I suppose Double O has probably most of the ones that are like really funny on the nose because they're always the innovators. Or innovators rather. Like all their names are rhyming things. Yeah, bring stabby, exactly. Hydrating. Like revival. Is one that always like stuck out to me. The whole group of the innovators were like, hey, what the hell are your names? Oh, probably was. Bad AI generate names. No. AI generate names would make less sense. But man, you know, we've all used. Oh God, where am I going? I think I leaned too close to the camera there. I leaned out the way of it. I think we've all like been coming up with character names for like an MMO or something. Just random name generator time. It feels like a running trend for like animated characters as well. Like, look at like Marvel comics. How many characters have names that rhyme? Reed Richards, Peter Parker, Bruce Banner. They're all double-barreled, same initial. Pepper Potts. I love that in the Big Bang Theory. J. Jonah Jameson, yes, the great triple barrel one. Was like the Big Bang Theory when Raj goes to meet Stan Lee and he like brings up all these names he's going to discuss with them, and then it's like afterwards they got the signatures. It says, "To my friend Leonard Excelsior," it's like, and so on and so forth. And then just like he gets to Raj and it's just like, "To Raj." No friend, no Excelsior, just shut up. It's why I love The Big Bang Theory, because it's like just so much fun and nerdy. And when you get cameos from like actual, comic or like sci-fi characters and stuff, always great. There's a weird fun fact. Carrie Fisher and why is Darth Vader's voice actor suddenly skipped my brain? Why can I suddenly not remember his name? What the fuck? Darth Vader's voice actor. Why can I remember? Why my brain just suddenly go blank? James Earl Jones. God. Like, so like Carrie Fisher and James Earl Jones, they never met in person until they both appeared in the Big Bang Theory. They'd never met in person until the episode. Which is wild to think about. They'd never met in person. Because obviously they'd film the movie and then he'd do the voice afterwards. It's so funny to think about it, like, all that time they never even met at a convention. Because I guess they never went to the same conventions at the same time. Oops. Or another fun fact I'm just remembering, so like from Empire Strikes Back, the like most iconic line delivery. But no, I am your father. When they actually filmed it on set, that was not the line. When they filmed it on set, it was Obi-Wan killed your father. And so Mark Hamill's reaction is to that line, which of course is still devastating. And then he told afterwards, secretly, obviously at that point, before the film comes out, that this is the actual real line, which of course they dubbed over for James Earl Jones. I was like, no, I'm your father, actually. I think it was like George Lucas, the director, and then like only like a handful of people who knew that that was the real line. So they basically told Mark Hamill, like, if this leaks, we know you did it. So it's funny because, like, obviously having a different actor voiceover afterwards is like, yeah, you could have a different line on the set. But originally it was going to be like, yeah, Obi-Wan killed your father. Which, hell, if that's been a line anyway, that would have still been like, holy crap. Because at the end of the day, yeah, Obi-Wan lied. But I suppose what Obi-Wan said was true from a certain point of view. And literally, Vader, said, you didn't kill Anakin Skywalker, I did. So, you know, he also told him that. So, from a certain point of view, he wasn't lying. Vader literally said it to his face. I always love little tidbits like that. It's always fun. Like how things evolve and how they keep things like that secret. I'm always still amazed how they managed to keep Grogu secret for Mandalorian. Of course, the unfortunate reality, of course, Disney Plus didn't come out in the UK until the following March. So we got all the spoilers on the internet anyway. We won't found that part so much. It's going to be covered up. No worries, Finn. Get rid of the nub that's in the actual visible part of the joint, because you might see it when it bends it. It's much cleaner now. onto here. And then these parts, are they going to come together? Do I need to file it together maybe? Let's hold it. Oops. There and there. I found that separately. Okay. This is going here. Oh yeah, it's a double jointed knee. Look at that. There's the flight mode. Where's that? Oh, there we go. There we go. one knee joint. I need, you know what? Let's grab the rest of the parts for this leg here. Let's see. Get the hip while I'm at it. You know what? I'm gonna grab everything for the leg. Why not? Just because I can see the ankle joint in front of me. Show you that momentarily. Oh, number 4 as well, with a leg thruster. Ah. Uh, 21 and 36. That should be everything for the B runner. Yes. So the A runner. Number 2 for the fly. Bum, bum, bum. Down. And while I'm at it, I'll grab these bits as well. 10, 11. And enough parts from the desk burn out. Get the rest of them out. Oh, I'm very much seeing, like, where the nubs are. There is a mold line that goes around the entire fly. Like that. Still take a bit of cleanup. I might need, where are we? My lower grit stuff for this. Maybe. Yeah, I might do it. Right. So 1,000 grits maybe not enough for this. So what do we got? We've got, let's try 800 grit. See if it makes it a little bit faster. Who's helping? This is a pretty bad mode line. Is the other one as bad as this? Let's look. Because I may as well just do them both at the same time. Yeah, both thighs have the massive mold line. Which is disappointing to see. This kid's only 10 years old. Actually, not even. I think this is from 2016. Wait, no. 3 years is from again. Yeah, 2016, yeah. It says so in the runner. So that's not even that old in the grand scheme of things, but for some reason the thigh, because it's like that on the runner, vertically, it winds up with a massive seam line that goes around the entire diameter of the thigh. It's a tad frustrating. And 800 is not cutting it. Let's try the 600. These would be better if I was actually the carbon fiber ones that are flat, so, but, yeah. taking a lot of effort. Let's try 400 grit. Because the mold line's that bad. Very surprised by that. We're getting somewhere now. So maybe I could just use my mail file. That would be extremely quick. I feel like you can already see the difference potentially between these. Maybe, possibly. It's always frustrating. Okay, that one is at least finally flat on one side. Just about. My hand's gonna get in the cramp. Like holding bits like that for a while starts to hurt your hand. So the trick is to file it until it's no longer shiny. That way you know it's now fully level. At least on the front of the knee should be, well, front of the thigh, sorry. Be simple enough because it's a flat surface. Sounds like there's cats fighting in the garden. They've set up one now. Well. This feels better. Okay, that looks like the mold line is all gone. Now to tidy it up, look at it's very, well, it's almost like it almost gives it a matte finish now because it's filed that much. Jump up to 2000 grit. Get this back to a nice smooth finish. Dog going crazy. Okay, that looks mostly smooth. Not as shiny as the other part, mind you. I could polish it all the way back if I wanted to. Better. I might take a picture of these bits side by side to show the difference between how it started, how it ended. Because I need to do the same thing to the other thigh as well. I think it's lost a little bit of the color. This looks more grey than that, because I felt it that much, doesn't it? Stretch out my hand a bit. White phone, shut up. Camera. Alright, so I'm going to use my macro lens. Where is it? better that way, actually. Oh yeah, because the difference is there. Much more clearly. I have lost a little bit of definition on the curved part of it, but it's fine. It's fine. It's still mostly defined. Right. Yeah, I'm not gonna fail the other one right now because my hands are sore. My hands are sore now. Get the rest of the leg assembled, shall we? Because that was effort. Where am I? Slide that into there. Wants to slide in, actually. Oh, actually, before I do that, edges that I didn't file at all, hit them with the fire grit slightly, just to kind of change it slightly, blend it in a bit more. Yeah, that'd be fine. All right, got the thigh on there. Put way too much effort into getting rid of that seam line. Or not seam line, mold line. Welcome back, Finn. I shall hydrate momentarily. And since I'm checking the posture, I'll give a stretch as well. It helps get the shoulders, unstuck. I don't know how well you can see this, but one of these has a seam line or mold line, and one of them I did a lot of sanding. There we go. See, this one has the mold line that I have not touched yet, and this one I sanded a lot. So look how grievous that mold line is. It goes around the entirety of the thigh. Like if that'd been a panel line, sure, but that's just mold. A mold line from imperfection. I had to crack out the 400 grit to file that smooth, and then work way back through it. But it looks good. My hand's dead from holding the part for so long though. So I'm going to finish building this leg and then repeat the process on this one for the other leg. Poly cap for the hip. New hand required, yes. Needs new skeleton. The skeleton is defective. If the part is not visible, it's getting the bare minimum sanding now. Actually, that should be hidden. That was fine. Pop the poly cap into there. We need to clean up the outside bit a little bit. Lean back into my chair a bit because I've been leaning forward too much. Okay, and the leg, or the hip, sorry, goes there, and that pops onto here. Ow, finger. There we go, that's the hip on. Now, Kneepads. On the plus side for these lag parts, the nub areas are going to be hidden under the other parts. So no need sanding there. Maybe there's a little bit at the ankle. Always the best when like you have a nub, and it's like, oh, another part's going to go on top of that. So as long as it's not going to, interrupt the fit, it's fine. forgot which one I sent it already. A little bit as well, including the leg thruster and the ankle. Oh, I also need a polycap for the ankle. Let's not forget that. Look up Acid Force, don't maybe have. Who's your favorite character from Seed? Let's see. I feel like the easy answer would be Kira Yamato because he's actually quite relatable. But Mulaflaga. He's so cool. Like Kira and Athrun are both relatable in different aspects. Like my personality, I find. So Kira and Athrun are relatable. Whereas like Mulaflaga, he's just like the cool mentor. I also really love how, you know, he knew when to be harsh with Kira and he knew when to not be. Because there was an episode where phase shift down. You know, when the phase shift goes off and he nearly gets captured. But then they move, saved his butt, and they launch the launcher off the catapult deck so we can dock with that and get the power pack. And then obviously he then uses it to drive, Kira uses it to drive off the enemy. But in the start of the following episode, you know, has them in the hangar bay, and you had the ground crew, like, hey, the kid's refusing to come out. You know, Moo's like, hey, what the hell is the deal with this kid? And he pops the override, and then the moment he looks in the cockpit, he switches from being, what the hell's going on, to, oh, okay, kid. All right, I see. Your hands are still in the controls and you're shaking. He immediately switched from, like, ready to chew Kira out, or like, what the hell's he doing, to like, oh, yeah, I instantly remembered this is a kid who's a civilian. And basically switching to kind of big brother parental mode. So I really like how Mulaflaga for that, because he's very well written and well performed. And then the opposite end of the spectrum, Raul the Crusade's got to be still one of my favorite villains, because he's just batshit insane towards the end. Because most of that he's so cool and calculating, and in that last arc where everything's revealed, it shows his madness. So yeah, I like those two a lot. And then like Kira and Athrun, you know, they're kind of very relatable. Especially because like the age I was when I first watched it as well. I was only slightly older than they were, character-wise. Diarca, I really like Diarca. Like, Diarca and Izak actually have really surprising arcs. Because, to begin with, they're very much elitists and, like, weird coordinators. We're better than these naturals. But they have they really develop in that second half of the show. Because especially Diarca being captured and held prisoner on the Archangel, it really opened his eyes to, like, the pain he has caused people on the other side. Because I think up to that point, he'd been the classic soldier of, especially because if you're in a mobile suit, you don't see the people, you just see the military hardware. So seeing the people, I think, really drove home to him. Like, you know what? Word's fucking horrible. And of course, Mariella trying to kill him. That was funny. And Izak, he really didn't have the same sort of arc. It was more when he met with Diarca, and Diarca put that little, the little conversation he had, and just put that little bit of doubt into him. That made him start to question, especially Le Creuset's orders. You think, wait, am I doing the right thing? And of course, he has that epic moment at the end where he saves the Strike Rouge. Because, like, hey, these people came to save the plants. They may be people I've been shooting at previously, but they're here to help stop civilian deaths. As well as, of course, when the Freedom first shows up and, like, you see the beam saber going for the cockpit, and then Kira, in the last second, tilts it down for the legs. Like that, like, wait, why was I spared? Sort of thing. It's probably going through his head. Because Kira wanted to do that. Kira had that part of him that wanted to just destroy the duel for the shit he's done. But he didn't. I also like how Izak is in Destiny as well. Because when Atherin and Diarca meet up with... when Izak and Diarca meet up with Atherin and, like, the visit Nico's grave, Izak does mention about if it wasn't for the German, he would be, not around anymore. Because he did get put on trial for war crimes in between the shows. And was technically found guilty. If he wasn't for Chairman Durandal intervening, Izak would have been executed for his war crimes. Instead, basically, Durandal's words, things, Gilbert Durandal, God words, like, he did have a very good point about, sure, he's a soldier that fought a war and did commit crimes, but he was doing it at the order of other people. And it's like, you could, instead of, punishing him, killing him, you could have him be an example to learn from. And then you look at Izak, he's like, a commander and stuff. So, like, yeah, having someone who's seen that shit now be the person giving the orders, he's less likely to give those orders or instill that mentality on the future next generation. So it's weird, like, that's how, like, Durandal was such a good villain in Seek Destiny because you agreed with them in the beginning. To start with, you're like, you're making perfect sense. I don't like it. I don't like the way you're doing things, but you make sense. Also, I loved in like Seed Freedom how Izak and Diarca got to have their hero moment again with the meteor units as well. The duel and the duel and the Buster. Also, I also love the fact is like some people gloss over this, but so obviously the Blitz duel, very much obvious. It's so the other thing is the Blitz duel and the Lightning Buster. Their retrofit was overseen by Nickel's dad. It's in the lore. So they were overhauled by Nickel's dad. Hence why it's the Blitz duel. And then of course Lightning Buster. Well, Blitz is the German word for lightning. So they're both named after the Blitz. They're both a tribute to Nickel. He was 15. He liked to play the piano. Right, leg. Plop that thruster in there. And the ankle joints. Plop that. Yeah, that way around. Maybe. Athern's very much afterwards. He was, especially all this shit with his dad, very much drifting. Okay, there's a seam line up the back of that leg, but actually it's not too bad. Nice wee bit thruster movement there. All right, I need more parts in the runner. Now, I feel like any Gundam character that likes to play an instrument, there might be a red flag. Somewhere along the line. There's definitely be a tragic element to them. Hey, look at Requiem for Vengeance. She was a violinist, wasn't she? That's the thing. Ari Solari was a very good character, a pretty good character. I still feel like the ending's a bit like, huh? What? Okay. But when you start to think about it, it actually makes a little more sense. Because, yeah, I mean, she was kind of stuck on Earth, so... I'm curious to see, like, after you continue it, like, where would her story go? Where would she go? And we know she's with the Remnant in Africa. Of course, that same remnant are responsible for Stardust memory. So, you know. Oh yeah, I imagine she might have been against certain things. Honestly, I could see Solari joining Ayug, because I feel like at the end of Requiem, her morals would tie in better with the Ayug, maybe? And the Ayug had a lot of former Xeno people in it. Or even just on Earth, since she's still on Earth, Karaba. But then I suppose Karaba and the Neo Xeon forces both on Earth are both fighting the Titans in their Federation, so. She could have fought alongside Amuro. Wouldn't that be... Actually, that would be interesting. Yeah, Delta Plus Ultra, how you going? Need more about Solari? Yeah. Requiem give us just enough. They're like, you know what? I'm curious to learn more. Feel like Big Ball? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. A little bit. I still wonder about Solari's kid, because as far as the kid knows, she's probably dead. Pretty sure they don't know she survived. Because, you know, the Xeon Remnant on Earth probably don't have very good communication with the colonies. What if Solari's kid ends up joining Neo Xeon? Or the Ayug, even. Imagine one of her descendants grows up in G. Oh, Finn, I won't say it on stream, but there was a leak. I won't say it on stream. Well, go check the Discord. I did post a thing about the timeline, how it's supposed to work. Well, you may be half right about something. I won't say it on stream because apparently some people have been copyright strike for this stuff, so. At least someone on Twitter got copyright struck for the leaks, so. Which may give some validity to it. If Bandai's actively going after people for it. Yeah, I put a thing in there, but I basically spoiled it, so basically, in case anyone doesn't want to read it, they don't have to click on it. But it is an interesting premise. That much I will say. I am very intrigued. All the G-Quacks. It's an interesting design. Not really necessarily my cup of tea, but it is very interesting, and I look forward to see what it, was like. I might still pick up the high grade because it's something different. Which way run is this again? Easy way to figure out. Number 1, so that's on opposite side. On this side. Yes. It's a nice blue. Yeah, the G-Quacks looking thing is interesting. It's a very out there design. I mean, it's mechanical designer was the same guy that designed the Eva and Galleon units, so explains a lot. Why it looks like that. Definitely got some like Eva influence there from the same artist. So I saw a thing, apparently the artist who designed it was like, I apologize to people who had to animate this and stuff, and people had made it into a model kit, because he's like, I may have gone a little overboard with the design. I think it's funny. It's like the artist going, here, oopsie daisy. One thing's for sure, it will forever stand out. Something that's what you want. Something that, like, easily identifiable. For better or worse. Yeah, not everyone's gonna like it, but it's interesting because like like it's definitely gonna be some kind of prototype, right? In the trailer, you appear in the trailer, it appears to be what looks like a Zaku is there as well. Which I believe people have like looked at the markings on it. I think it's like literally a police Zaku. Interesting. I mean, this is designed by the Evangelion designer, so that would be interesting. Yeah, quite likely the police force trying to shut down their illegal mobile suit fight. Possibly. Surprise all kicking off so soon after announcement with the kits and a couple. Yeah, I mean, literally January 17th, it will be, and the first few episodes will be like edited together as a film, and then the first high grade drops the same day. But then I guess the rest of the series and the rest of the kits will also come later when the show starts airing on TV. I'm assuming, like, if they've got that like right at the start of the year, then it might be that the show will like be airing possibly in like the spring anime season, which is usually what, April. So I think at the earliest we'll probably see April for the actual main show. Of course, it could be typical Gundam fashion. It won't broadcast the rest of the show till October, because think about it, most Gundam shows start airing in October. Almost all of them start broadcasting in October, so that might be a bigger wait than we realize. I feel like the spring anime season might be a good time to do it. Ride the high of the hype for, you know, beginning part shown in cinemas. It'd make more sense, you know, have it closer. Because like the gap between G-Witch's prologue and the main show was only like a month or two. It was like 2 months. Yeah, something like that. Time will tell. No, I think I might place my bets on it airing like the April. But then that does break the mold for Gundam shows normally. But then at the same time, they're often trying to, you know, have like with G-Witch now with this, GQX, you know, to have it aim for the younger audience, you know, bringing new fans. It's like, so maybe having it in the spring season might be a good idea. And then you'd have like the second half be in the, you know, the fall, winter. I'm going to put the little marking in here for now because I can't be bothered otherwise. Nah. I could put the yellow sticker in there, but I might paint that later. up. Oh, there it is. Right, ankle. Sure about this the right way around. And un foot. And that gives us the first leg. Cool, I've been streaming for nearly 3 hours and I've done a leg. Well, I technically did 2 feet. 2 feet and a leg. So, you know, it's not just one leg. Put that leg there, put the other foot here, and the other thigh. Troublesome thigh. Oh yeah, which of course I need to do again with this other one. So yeah. I also did my fun explanation of Lagrange points. That's why it's called build and chat. Never viewed a video. I'm probably gonna go and like highlight that part. I think it was kind of fun. Like, what is the Lagrange point? Well, so I won't keep that runner. No. I'll leave that runner. And all of B2. Yes, I think so. Cool. All right, secondary leg, which would be super straightforward. I think it's always been somewhat amusing and maybe headache-inducing though, is that the Lagrange points, there's 5 of, right? But when it comes to the colonies in the Universal Sanctuary, there's 7 sites, and none of the numbers correlate to the Lagrange point. Site 3, Leon. Lagrange point, 2. because obviously the Lagrange point is just where they are located. But the side names are literally just the order they were built. That's straight up it. So side 1 and 2 were built, and then side 3 was built third. That's why side 7 is at Lagrange point 3 on the far side of Earth. It's the newest build. I mean, literally see that in Origin. When Amuro and Temray moved to side 7, it's still under construction. Or like Industrial 7 from Unicorn, that's, I'm assuming, is at side 7 as well. Just the industrial part of it. That was a new construction as well. The number just correlates to, hey, when was it built? Because I think Lagrange point 3 or 4, or 4 or 5 rather, like, because I know sites, was it site? Yeah, site 6 was the neutral colony. But it was also in the same Lagrange point as site 2, I think. Imagine you lived in site 2, you're in the very first types of colony, it's a closed cylinder, you can't see outside, and then just a few thousand miles away, you have site 6, and they have windows, because they're the newer type. You can't even be envious because you can't see them. It's kind of the same for like Double Zeta. The Shangri-La colony that Judo's from, that was at side 1, I believe. So it was one of the oldest colonies. You know what else was at side 1? The colony they gassed and then dropped on Earth. Judo was lucky it wasn't his. Was that side 2? I'm getting mixed up again. So funny that the whole Operation British is, oh, this colony decided, nah, we're not joining Zeon's forces. We're siding with their Federation, and they got made an example of. Very, very harsh example of. Up until that point, Zeon did nothing wrong. Because they were just fighting a war of independence. Then they committed possibly the worst war crime in all of human history. No, not even probably. It was the worst war crime. It might have been. I think it is that one, yeah. merging the old and the new. Char could have changed the world if he wasn't, you know, impatient. Imagine if Char and Amuro had worked together to make the world a better place. Amuro was like, yeah, we need to give humanity time to learn, to change. And Char's like, no, you're doing too slow. You need to do it now. I'm going to force them into space where they'll evolve. It's funny, we actually brought that up earlier. Or at least I did. I think there, what is it? There is... See, that's the thing. Musk is not planning on it. Musk wants to colonize Mars. Bezos, though, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, he has suggested orbital colonies. And there's actually, I think it's Lagrange Force Society or something like that that exists. They're like a group that are actively, hey, when colonization starts, we have dibs on Lagrange point 4. The problem with like massive colonies like that, because think about it, something that is 6 kilometers in diameter, and then who knows how long. Of course, you could make it longer over time, kind of like Industrial 7 has that Megalonica that it like slowly makes the colony longer. No, I think you'd have to build it in space, because something that massive has to be built in space itself. But shipping the materials to it would be insane, like expensive. Of course, in Gundam Zone lore, Luna 2, think about it, Luna 2, Solomon, Abaoku, all those asteroids that are around Earth orbit were resource asteroids to begin with. Humanity captured them from the asteroid belt and brought them to Earth orbit to use as construction materials for the colonies. So once you learn how to capture an asteroid and safely put it into Earth orbit, boom, you could mine that thing and, well, think about it. Rare earth metals, are called that obviously because they're rare on Earth, are heavier and sink towards the core. You know, that's why Earth has a molten iron core, because it's much heavier than the rock around it. But asteroids are leftover debris from the formation of the solar system, all right? So that's leftover junk. Well, bits of, materials. If you were to successfully mine an asteroid, I think they estimate some of these asteroids have more gold and more platinum than the entire Earth's supply. Just one asteroid. And they say, oh, cool. Sometimes you see articles like, oh, if we managed to mine this asteroid, everyone on Earth will be billionaires. Yes, they would be, because it would destroy the economy. Because if suddenly someone mines something that valuable and then the supply now outstrips demand, suddenly your rare earth metals become worthless. Imagine gold suddenly going from one of the rarest metals on Earth and most expensive ones to suddenly, yeah, we could just got this big rock in orbit that we can just get plenty of gold from. Will it be Bandai? So when we start mining stuff in orbit, that's going to be very different. So of course the best part trying to do that is, what we want to do with space colonies is move all the industrial stuff we have on Earth off the planet. So all the factories and stuff, have them in orbit, because they can churn out all the pollution they want because it's no longer affecting the planet. So if you could mine resources from an asteroid and then manufacture stuff and then ship it down to Earth. So all heavy industry, I guess, will eventually move off the planet. At which point Earth is just a place for living. Wouldn't that be great? You get up in the morning, hop in the shuttle into orbit, and then work in your factory in orbit. Or you live on the factory, and then you only come down for your holidays. Actually, Gundam Seed, the plants. The plants are called that for a reason. They were manufacturing orbital plants to begin with. Quite literally, that was one of the big causes of the conflict, is originally the plants weren't allowed to grow their own food. Which is also why Junior 7 was attacked and nuked, because it was an agricultural plant and thus pissed off Earth. It started as a trade dispute. Yeah, IBO also had the, factories in space as well. Yeah, just like episode 1. It started a simple trade dispute. No, the seed one was also racially charged as well. So thinking about the industrialization and commercialization of space in the next few decades, we'll slowly take the first steps into space hotels and factories and whatnot. All that stuff's going to happen in the next few decades. Gunray sounds like a potential name for a Gundam pilot. Okay, it does. Maybe less a pilot, just Gundam character in general. Make sure that's the correct way around. Like Gundam characters and Star Wars characters, both well known for having weird names. Almost like science fiction. We need weird names. Right. Oh, what's next? This bastard. The fly. The massive mode line. $400 grit. Unless I want to go even lower. What we got? 280 and what's this one? God, these feel so rough. And 180. You know what? I think the 400 is good enough. Those ones feel super, super rough. Of course, now I know what grit to use rather than going through them all. This should go faster, theoretically. I'm gonna try one grit lower. So I'm gonna speed the process up a bit. Yeah. Okay, that looks better so far. God, my headset keeps sliding forward. It's always a problem with a headset when you're building because eventually it starts to slide off your head. It's funny because I'm pretty sure when I got this headset originally it was a lot tighter than this. But I guess it's been like, what, 4 years since I had this thing probably. Glue's the only answer. No, I don't want to use glue on my head. Oh yeah, costume glue. Yeah, true. Don't do like some dumb people do, where they use just super glue and like, oh no, that's a mistake. Glue for the glue god. And an oil for the oily throne. Intended away from the crone berserkers. Looking at the flesh terrors. Almost anything. I have no idea which chaos things are which, so. I know there's Corn, there's Zeech, there's Papanurgle, and Selene. The Prince of Pleasure. Yeah, you need to know your enemy. And it's totally fine. Nunny. Colonel Mecha Boy. Wants me to hydrate. Grip my posture, which, yeah, is not the best. But yes, the Imperial Inquisition can be a bit of a dick. They caused that outbreak in Space Marine 1, and yet, oh no, we're going to investigate Titus for potential warp corruption. Leandros. Little traitorous little bitch. How dare Leandros do that to us? Oh, I'm still on Windows 10? Why? Full screen ads from Microsoft. Upgrade to Windows 11. I mean, yeah, I've seen the Windows 11 things pop up every time I build this computer. Like, get a free upgrade. I don't want it right now. I mean, eventually, I guess I'll need to upgrade to Windows 11, maybe, eventually. So no support for Windows 10 will stop sometime next year. What, TPM? What TPM? Other than the Phantom Menace. Ah, trusted platform module. Okay. Okay, I go. That's the mold line gone. Now to clean this up. Like, you can tell the difference the way the light hits it. Where that's shiny plastic and this is like more rough. Wonder how well it displays on camera. So the other side of there is darker. The chip on the motherboard or on the CPU, but it seems that some have it, but Windows does not support them. Not entirely sure what that means. I mean, I'm somewhat tech savvy, but not that in depth. Yeah, and that's now I need to go back through the stuff and even it out. Go back for the grits. Jump back to 1000 grit for the whole thing. Messing up, or they got some reasons only why some are excluded. Why do you even need one in the first place? Yeah, I have no clue. There's a workaround where you claim you're installing on a server and then simply install it. That stuff goes right over my head. If you like to understand the intricacies of operating systems, you need to be a tech priest. Doesn't need it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Be used in the business side where confidential information is handheld. Oh, okay. So it's a like security thing. Me, I use a NVIDIA. Why? Why so many questions? Ah, Linux. Yeah, I feel like Linux is only for people who know what they're doing. Which ain't me. I have an RTX 2060 Super. Which gets the job done. But it's starting to show its age. Now, if only I could, you know, cash out, or like things. I could get like a RTX 40 series, but my PC is not powerful enough for it. There's not enough power either, so. It would be good for rendering stuff. Because those new RTX like 40 series ones, they have the new AB1 encoder. So basically, as I understand, the AB1 encoder basically encodes, it's better encoding video for streaming. So it like basically uses less bandwidth. But at the same time, I'm always like, you know, I don't need a graphics card that can render 4K because I have a 1080p monitor still. So I don't need 4K. Nor do I care for 4K either. 4K is a lie. It is not 4K. It is 4X, because it's 4 times the number of pixels of 1080p. The 4K is just a marketing gimmick. It's not actually 4K. It is 248, something like that. 2048 rather. That is ironic. You think Linux is the one that normally has an issue with games. $1440p and use the 1080p as a second monitor. Well, yeah. Here's the thing, my current secondary monitor isn't even 1080p. I originally planned to buy the same monitor I've got as my primary one for a secondary one, but HP don't even make this anymore. Been long enough. Honestly, if you have what size? 27-inch, I think. I can't remember. There's apparently there's a sweet spot for obviously the larger the monitor you have, the larger resolution you want to be running at. But I think it's like the 27, 28-inch monitors. 1080p is like the perfect sweet spot for it. So like you don't need high resolution, because like it's the perfect size. Ah, I see. There we go, it's shiny again. Work your way through the grids. No more mold line. No nubs. Just a nice, smooth piece. Some games just run. It just works. I mean, I feel like it's the same with just Windows as well. There's no people trying to play old games. Like games that were like Windows XP. The PC might just go, no. Check out this the right way around. At least that's the worst mold line out of the way. Right, where am I? I'm at the hip. There's all the B1 runner. Runner. There we go. I can imagine it would be the emulator's paradise, yeah. I'm very much in the, does it work? Yes. Cool, I'm good. That's good enough for me. Oop. No worries. Oh yeah, I'll get the rest of the parts I need right now, which is not from this runner. Nope. Get the polycap. I'm going with it. You won't see that enough, it's fine. This one you might. I've returned! That was more than a second. I got lonely. Let's go through here. And then let's go into here. Ow, fingers. There, the hip is attached. No worries, I'm exaggerating. Alright. Why is the hip rotated itself? It's weird. That's fully secure. Right, what's next? Oh yes, little lower leg. the shin as well. I think that's everything for the legs. Well, all in the blueprints. Rightio. Really? I was not expecting a Space Engineer 2. Hopefully a Space Engineer 2... I guess the only reason for to do that is if they're overhauling the engine. Make it run better. Because eventually, like, there's only so much they can do to the existing engine, so... Yeah, that's pretty cool. That makes sense. Everything they've learned over the last, how many years? Feels like quite a long time. And my headset. I feel like when I'm doing these streams, maybe I should just have ones that go around my ears rather than to my head. The build system in Space Engineers is small grid and large grid. SE2, there's no grids. Large, small, very small. Didn't they implement, I was just looking at Steam recently, I haven't played it in ages, but didn't they like introduce, I know there's a mod for it, I think they introduced it properly now, where like subgrid things, whatever it was. So like you could have small parts attached to large blocks. But having the ability to have that much freedom in your build, that'd be really good. I feel like there's one way of doing it. I'm sure I saw a thing about just like basically that update for SE2, but there's like a SE1 thing as well. Maybe the mod I was looking at. We could do that too. But you mean like normal building? Super gridding, okay. Off of a massive hitbox. Well, you got the downside somewhere. Get the polycap. I like how I'm building this thing, like barely looking at the instructions. Because like, oh, I built this already. I know what I'm doing. And we close up the leg. Now, blue bit's next. Autopilot, pretty much. It's like the second limb. Is that obviously you always get the whole second limb syndrome saying, right? Where you build a limb and go, oh, I have to do it all over again. But then you've built it the first time, so you can kind of do it a little bit faster. Sometimes building this at the same time is helpful as well, yeah. I It depends on the complexity of the part, because you don't always want that many bits on the table at once. But it's nice, like, some of them instructions have you build both limbs at the same time because they're symmetrical, and then halfway through go, okay, now this is arm right or arm left specifically, because it's usually the shoulder and the hand, or like the hip and the foot. It's usually like the hips and the shoulders and the hands are usually the only thing that's actually opposite, whereas the rest of them often is quite just symmetrical. But not always. Not always. On this side. Yep. The Sanzakus. Sanzakus? Interesting way to describe them. Is it the dog-like things, the Bakus, or the ones that stand upright? Oh wait, no. No, actually, I know the ones you're talking about. I just don't remember the name of them. Actually, they're quite bulky looking, right? Oh, that's the Bakus. They have 4 legs and tracks in the back of the legs. The dog boys. I should get a Baku model kit because, yeah, that'll be the Baku. I wouldn't really call them Sanzakus because they're more like a dog. Hell, you could call them Zoids. Almost. Almost. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I love that as well. He just like drops a shield and the Baku runs right into it. Or that first battle with them when he has a launcher and just pins one on the ground in point blank range with the launcher. You can feel my headset sliding forward again. Ah, that is the titular seed. That is him unlocking his seed mode. Of course, SEED is also an acronym. You'll learn about that later. Barely. They don't really explain it very well, other than what it's called. Not exactly that per se. It's meant to be, I forget what the actual acronym is, but essentially it's like I'm trying to remember what it's. Essentially, it's like an awakening of sort, kind of like having new type powers and stuff. But certain people, you know, started to show, you know, signs of it. Nani? Posture correcting definitely need to be done. Ugh. But it's like the seed of evolution, I guess. Yes, health has been checked. But yeah, the seed mode that Kira has is a very rare trait. Pretty much, yeah. You will see other characters use seed later in the show. A very situational sort of thing. It's basically it's the locked-in mode. You notice how whenever it activates, Kira is locked in and is terrifying. A terrifying force in the battlefield. Mm-hmm. Basically being in the absolute zone. Yeah, like shooting 3 missiles out there with 1 shot from the Agony Cannon. Bloody impressive. That means you have to calculate the trajectory of all 3 of those at the same time. So they could fire 1 shot and nail all 3. Every time I look down at the part, I look like I fell asleep. Do you know of the mech called Nova and Mech Warrior Battletech? No, I don't think I remember that one. Headline, mine build impulse Gundam in sleep. I mean, it's the second leg, so it pretty much is in my sleep. because I know what I'm doing. Shoot all 12 lasers and instant shutdown. I mean, sometimes you just need to fire all your weapons at once and make the person disappear. And if they didn't disappear, well, then you're screwed. Basically, you get one shot, one opportunity, and if you do not kill your target, you're going to be a sitting duck. And maybe I'll cook the pilot. That'd be... Ride Mech Warrior. Or it'd be more baked, I guess. Roasted. Roasted Mech Warrior. Yummy. You just pop a turkey in there and then have an autopilot, and then there you go. Turkey dinner afterwards. You're good. There goes the shin. Actually, hang on 1 second. Force Impulse Gundam. I want to look at the image. I think I'm realizing only about the legs. Nope, okay. Never mind. I was starting to wonder if like this bit in here had to be colored, but no, it's just the vent. It's fine. Handling will do for that later. Checking something life advice. If I have less than an ideal day at work, it's a standard procedure to get a nice takeaway. Yes. Treat yourself. Yeah. Classic protocol. There's a build of my archer where it shoots 70 long-range missile. Can only shoot 3 times before it's shut down. Nice. Like, it's always fun to see your like battle mechs that basically fly. You shoot a devastating amount of firepower and then just go. Zoom. I remember and play MechWarrior 5 Clans as well still. So I was actually go play Battletech, the video game. Because I never actually finished that a long time ago. Oh, you managed to cool down just quick enough. So keep sliding forward. Impulse and nope, that's one. So it must be like a funny situation if you're watching from the sidelines. There's two mechs, fire the weapons, shut down from the heat, and then you're just like the tension of waiting to see who activates first. Oh yeah, it's always the case. If you stagger your weapons, it's much more effective. But sometimes you need to hit that button that says, fire everything. You know, just to be thorough. No such thing as overkill, it's just being thorough. Yeah, good button. The button just says delete this. What I'm picturing is Independence Day. You know when the shutter opens up and they're in the alien mothership and they just stand up and start waving, going, "Yay, how's it going?" Do you have any idea? Do you think he has any idea what's about to happen to him? No, not a chance in hell. Peace! And then fire the nuke. I love that movie. So that would make a really good sketch for like an animation or something. Just like two mech warriors fire the weapons, both shut down, and they're just hammering every control trying to get to respond, and then you just look up briefly and see the other person crossing the. They just look at each other, just stare each other down, and go, "Oh no!" It's like, call a truce now. Yes, Jeff Goldblum and Independence Day is great. Jeff Goldblum's just great in general. Right, let's make sure they angle the correct way around. And plop on a foot. Where it likes to move around because it's double jointed because of the transformation. And we have two legs. Hunchback is the most fun mech. The selling point is you can't see at your... Yeah, that's the thing, you can't see at the side. Which is always funny. I remember playing MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I had a Hunchback that had a gauze gun in the shoulder. It was fantastic. I loved it. Right, let's get the waist done as well, shall we? Pop you over there now. So I can see this part of the manual. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it was because I had the Hunchback, I had the AC-20, and replaced it with the Gauss gun. It was very nice. You fired that thing and things disappeared. Which is the best kind of weapon, isn't it really? You press button, someone dies. These parts, there we go. The missile launcher Locust can hold 2 LRM-5s. Wow, I didn't realize the little Locust could hold that much. I kind of just like ignored the Locust after a while. Is that everything from the B runner I need right now? Yes. Okay, I need a runner. Number 20 for the front skirts. The Locust is a funny little thing because it just runs around, and if it gets hit, it's just dead. It's like, run, run, as fast as you can. You can't catch me, the gingerbread man. Oh, no, you hit me. I'm dead. I also need number 30. There it is. And, oh, and side skirt. There's a big difference between this and the high-grade strike. This does not come with his armor knives. Even though the strike couldn't store them. But this one just doesn't even come with knives. Oh yeah, Locust is definitely a straight scouting mech. Yeah, it's a scout for basically like an archer or a longbow or whatever. Is the lob things, long range missiles over terrain and obstacles. Like when a Locust is running around, you know there's he's spotting for someone bigger. These little bits as well. I'm just like cutting everything off for the waist section because it's very simple and straightforward. Is there a high grade transforming mech in Gunpla? Yes and no. Like a Zeta and a double Zeta high grades can transform, but yeah, as Fenda said, it's parts forming. so they can't literally transform. Like the torso, usually the limbs can change a bit, like have double jointed knees and stuff. But when it comes to the torso, you need to remove parts, and then so parts forming essentially is, take the core splinter here for example. Your Zeta would come with an extra piece that is basically the core of its flight mode, and so you'd have to take apart the kit as it was in the robot mode, and then reassemble it in its flight mode. So basically, it cannot transform. You have to take it apart and then reassemble it. Because like the frame on high grade doesn't move to that extent. Now, a real grade Zeta will transform, but it will fall apart in your hand, from what I hear. So, yeah. Does it transform, or does it part form? So you wouldn't be able to like a transformer toy, where you can just transform it back and forth at will. It's more like you choose to build it as kind of. It's more like you have to still take off parts of the chests. It's like, you know how a lot of gunplay have that internal, like, grey bit that the part's attached to? It's essentially a different shaped piece, so you can assemble the parts a different way. Essentially, you're choosing to build either robot or flight mode. You can't transform it easily, anyway. But obviously, real grades and master grades, they can transform with varying results. Basically, yeah. The way I would do it is, if I build a high grade that can transform, I would buy two. One to build in each mode, basically. Of course, that's expensive. Buying two. Essentially, yeah. So you could transform it, but of course it, takes more effort. And some, of course, don't come apart as, yeah, you have leftover parts, yeah. But if you had like a real grade Zeta Gundam that will transform without parts forming, but of course it has a reputation for being fragile. The master grades as well would also transform, but they're also known for not being that solid. Well, the new Verka though. The Zeta Gundam Verka, that apparently transformation is pretty good. Because obviously, when they made the design back in the 80s, they weren't really thinking about you being able to transform, the figure. They had a rough idea of it. I think bits falling off. People refer to the real grade Zeta Gundam as a hand grenade. let's make sure that's the correct way around. So the thicker end's at the back. Okay. And grab that polycap while I'm at it. I mean, I've not built Railgrade Zeta myself, so I don't really know. I'm sure there's probably some bits that might need gluing to make them more secure so they don't fall off. But then also you wouldn't want to glue anything that transforms. But people often just like say it tends to like parts will fall off and stuff. I'm not sure like how strong the frame is because the earlier real grades have like a yeah, they have a reputation, which I think is exaggerated. No worries. He's clearly off to buy Zeta Gundam. Something I'm like slowly realizing with this kit is like the tips of the shield and like the tips of this back skirt as well. It almost looks like it has safety flags, but they're a lot smaller than the ones on like the V-fin, so like they're not really obvious. They're more like, it looks like this part of the design. Yeah, part the master grade. I take the safety flags off of the V-fins because they're massive, but on this they're like super tiny and I don't think you'll notice them. I mean, I barely noticed them myself. Yeah, the first time I attempted to do it, I was like, okay. I think it's really is cut at them slowly. Don't try to take the whole thing in one go. It's like maybe do half of it and then kind of trim it slightly and then sand the rest. Yeah, I think I might take those little flags off. I don't know. They're so inconspicuous. I don't like. I'll put the camera for a second. No worries, Mecha Boy. You have a good night. See how well it's gonna show up. See the tiny little flags? I don't know why they've got flags on the butt skirt. Like barely there anyway. Hmm. And how did he die? He was stabbed by a butt skirt. I'm sorry, what? The third one this week. There we go. Nice and smooth. It's the first time I've ever seen that on anything other than, you know, the V-fin. Kind of strange. one little nub on the top. Okay, and dust off of that. There we go. And we plop this on the top. Right, and then the front skirt. Also, I like my front skirts to be separated, so snippy snip. And the little light blue bits for the skirt as well. That's it. There we go. these pads also have a tiny gate on them. This is the first time I've ever seen safety flags on anything other than the V-fin. Hey Nightingale, how's it going? We still working on the Force Impulse. Ooh. Every time I move my headset. Currently working on the leg flyer. Well, at this moment, working on the waist. Force Impulse Gundam high grade. Was it Universal Century? No. No. High grade Cosmic Era. Master Extreme, or which one? The Freedom or the Unicorn? Ah, Strike Freedom, nice. One day I'll get one of those. But I also have a perfect grade Strike Freedom in my backlog, so probably shouldn't have both. Ooh, that's a nice fit, man. You love the freedom. That takes amazing amount of willpower. I run out of space to display them, thus I cannot buy them. That has never stopped me. Because I'll make space for it eventually. Yes, exactly. yeah, the HG Nightingale would take a lot. Isn't there also an RE100 Nightingale? I can only imagine how big that is. Yeah. Terrifying thought. There's a garage point between the HG and the DLC. Damn. Share the shelving. What you do is you work together to invest in more shelves. Okie dokie. Let's see. Grab this. Pop these into there. Pull any dust. And front skirt can go on like so. Now we just need the side skirts, and that'll be the bottom done. I was like my arm off the cable, my headset started pulling it away. Okay. 2 more nubs to clean up, and we have a full waste section. Polycaps. Now, some people hate polycaps, but I have no issue with them whatsoever. It's like full plastic, polycaps, I don't care either way. I just want to build and have fun. We'll lift up with the side skirts and up on some legs. If anything, I quite like the polycaps because I like how soft it feels. I'm gonna attach this to the top of this because there we go. This feels nice. That rubberiness in the joint, I quite like it personally. It feels like a much smoother motion. It doesn't feel like it's gonna snap like some kits do. Yeah, there we have the legs. Why does that not feel like it's doing it right? That's why the ankle, that's why. Yep. Obviously it has a slight transformation gimmick in the ankle and stuff, so yeah. Oversight. See if there's any extra bits, like with the torso for the leg flyer. There's the leg flyer bit. I suppose they do, that's why people don't like them, but prepare, they only wear down if you're playing with it, right? If you just stick it on a shelf in a pose and don't touch it, it doesn't wear down really, does it? I've never had any issues. Then again, I don't really, move them around much, if ever. We're going to turn this into the leg flyer now, since we've already got the chest flyer. A little bit of dust on there. I do need to obviously put a little bit, and I could put stickers in there in these, but I don't want to. I want to put, you know, ink in there later. Some paint. Oh, really? Not had that happen personally. I always think is like people always say like this can happen, but like not everyone will experience it. Sucks when it does for those who have experienced it though. Right, so they have to go forward a bit. And then feet have to fold downwards. And it's like bend the knees. Also make sure they're actually straight as well will help. And then using the secondary knee joint at the top. There we go. Because it has a double jointed knee that goes in two different directions. And as the action base adapter plugs in there. Okay, got it. So the front skirt stays at a slight angle, basically, for reasons. So that makes the leg flyer. Which I'm always trying to think is like, what's more ridiculous, the leg flyer or the chest flyer? Yeah, the new G-Quax, thanks, what half of us are calling it. GQX. Many ways to pronounce it, I guess. But I think the Kanekata makes it sound more like Quax. Yeah, the new also does look a bit strange. But I like it because it is different. And I appreciate that. But it's still strange. Strange looking. The ball joints are a bit. My imagination, maybe. Leg flyer. Yeah, the V-fin like folds up like a visor, which is kind of crazy and cool. Right, we've done what we planned to do today, so let's see. What we still got to do? We still got to build the backpack. I mean, it looks like it's designed to be fighting in 0G, probably. Yeah, so the backpack we do. There's also like the folded up version of this Core Splendor, which will also need painted, much like this. Probably not. I mean, if you look at the Barbatos, how it had different feet when it got to Earth. They had to retrofit it, because obviously it was originally fighting in Mars and in space. Obviously Earth's gravity's stronger. They had to swap out its feet, so... But we shall wait and see. I'm intrigued by it. And the vibe of the trailer, I really like the vibe of it, so... I'm curious. Very curious. Alright, so we got our chest flyer, leg flyer, core splendor, and silhouette flyer. We just need the silhouette pack. And then obviously paint these guys so they're the correct color. as well as any other little details as well. So, backpack and maybe details next time. Let's see. Snooze the ad because the Gundam duck. Yeah, I call it the quack. Release the Quacken. It's the Quacken. And it's also fighting for Clan Pomeranian, so, you know. Extra animal references there. Right. Let's see. Whom might we raid today? While I look for someone to raid, don't forget. Ooh. There is my soul. Oh, something spell with one hand. There we go. And the Discord. I'll of course pick a new schedule tonight/tomorrow morning. Not going to stream tomorrow, even though I am not doing anything. I am not working, so. But this weekend will be my 4th anniversary for a Twitch affiliate, and of course to celebrate the 400 followers. So potentially doing a 12-hour stream. I'm not 100% sure if I'm up to it. We shall see. I'll get scheduling that done tomorrow. Like tonight, tomorrow. And then probably like stream Saturday and Sunday. We're planning to play Space Marine 2, so maybe I might have Space Marine 2 be like a marathon stream. Maybe not the full 12 hours. I did look up. Apparently it can take 10 to 12 hours to complete it, so maybe, you know, do a bunch of it, have dinner, do another bunch of it, and then maybe do more Gunpla on Sunday. I don't know. I have not quite decided. I'm terrible at marking things in advance. But as for right now, let's see who's live to potentially raid. Let's see. Ooh. Master Grade Eclipse Gundam. Hey, a VTuber called Exia. Their avatar is literally the Exia. Oh. Or Exia Quantum. They seem cool. I see fellow Gunpla nerd. Blah, blah, blah. Words. Reinforcements have arrived. Boop. And to boop. So I'm gonna screen. Oh, did I copy that? I don't know if I did. I'll copy everything. Right. Raid. Alright. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Right. Same category. Tag. Gun. La. Oh. Why is it not finding them on the raid menu? Weird. Copy and paste the names and something. Search not working. Here we go. Well, that's of course they don't allow raids. That might be why they're not showing up. Oh well, raid someone else then. They're not showing up in the raid menu, it means maybe they're not allowed raids. Which, fair enough. Not everyone likes that. Let's see who else is live. Let's go raid Shin. Doing some Final Fantasy. Ooh. Right. As always, thanks so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream, and I'll let you know what we're doing for the weekend shortly. So until then, have an awesome day, have an awesome week, have an awesome weekend, and I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, sign off.